You are searching for a soul contract, hoping to find your destiny written in the stars. Let me expose this cosmic joke to you. A contract is a prison, and a pre-written destiny is the ultimate slavery. If your life is already signed and decided before your birth, you are not a living soul. You are merely a mechanical robot following a script. True liberation is not fulfilling a contract. It is having the ultimate courage to rip it apart and step into the terrifying beauty of the unknown. You are searching for a purpose. You are searching for a destination. You are searching for some meaning to fulfill your life. This very search is the primary barrier. The more you seek, the further away you move from that which is already the case. You are here, alive, breathing, pulsating with the cosmic energy, yet you ask why you are here. This constant hankering for a purpose, this deep anxiety about a soul contract, is nothing but a disease of the human mind. The mind cannot exist in the present moment because there is no space for it to move. The present has no temporal space. It is a razor's edge. The mind needs the future or the past to spread its wings, to weave its dreams, to create its projections. So the mind asks why. It asks what the goal is, what the hidden contract is that you must fulfill before you die. I tell you, there is no contract and there is no purpose. You are not a machine. A machine has a purpose. A car is made for a utility. A computer is made for a certain function. A house is built for a purpose. But a human being is not a commodity, not a utility. You are an overflowing joy of existence. You are a celebration, a pure leela, a play of the divine energy. When you ask for a purpose, you are asking to be reduced to a machine. You are asking to be told that you are a servant to some cosmic blueprint. You want to escape the terrifying freedom of just being. Freedom creates fear within you. You suffer from a deep, unconscious fear of your own absolute freedom. You want to be chained by a destiny. You want to be bound by a purpose, because then you feel secure. Then you feel you have a direction. Then you don't have to face the vast, trackless ocean of your own inner infinity. But the truth is not a destination somewhere in the future. The truth is your very being here now. Unless you understand this, your whole life will be a constant, frantic running after shadows. You will look at your reflection in the eyes of others. You will look for approval. You will look for validation. And you will completely forget the original face you had before you were even born. When you feel this truth vibrating within your chest, you naturally want to remain close to this space of pure awareness. Those who feel aligned with this vision can choose to click the join button, becoming an integral part of this living temple, helping us share these deep insights with a thirsty world. By becoming a member, you enter into a deeper communion with this stream of consciousness. But let this arise not out of a formal duty, but out of a pure overflowing of your heart, a desire to protect the flame of truth so that it may illuminate the path for many others who are still stumbling in the dark. Look at the madness of the world. Everyone is running. The father is running, the politician is running, the priest is running, the rich man is running. Why are they running? Because if they stop, they will have to face themselves. If they stop, the fictions they have created around their lives will collapse. They run to remain distracted from the inner vacuum. They run so that they don't hear the silent voice of their own reality. And because the whole society is running, every child catches this fever by inheritance. Before the child can even begin to think, before his intelligence can even sprout, he is put on a racing track. In your schools, in your universities, you are taught only one thing: competition. You are taught how to become somebody else. You are never allowed to be yourself. If you are a rose, the society tells you to become a lotus. If you are a lotus, the priests tell you to become a marigold. The whole effort of the world is to make you artificial, to mold you, to knead you into a mass that can be easily manipulated. And the moment you accept an ideal, the moment you accept a should from the outside, you become split. You become neurotic. You create a deep division within your own soul. You are one thing and you are trying to be something else. This division is the source of all your misery. Let me tell you a beautiful parable from the ancient traditions of the East. There was a madman who lived in a small village. One night, when the moon was full and radiant in the sky, he was walking along a lonely path. He came across an old, deep well. He leaned over the edge and looked down into the water. The well was calm and clear, and the reflection of the full moon was formed perfectly at the bottom. The madman looked at the reflection and was struck with deep terror. He thought, "My God, the moon has fallen into the well. It is trapped in the deep water. What will happen to the world now?" It is the month of fasting. It is the holy month. And if the moon remains trapped in this dark hole, how will the people break their fast? They will all starve and die. The whole world is unaware of this great catastrophe, and I am the only one who has discovered it. I must save the moon. He ran around, found a long rope, and tied a loop at the end to make a hook. He dropped the rope deep into the well, moving it hither and thither, trying to catch hold of the moon. He didn't know that there was no moon in the well, that it was just a reflection, a transparent illusion. After a few moments of frantic maneuvering, his rope got caught under a heavy rock at the bottom of the well. The madman was overjoyed. He thought, "Ah, at last I have caught the moon. It feels very heavy. It is putting up a great resistance, but I am stronger than it." He began to pull the rope with all his might. He pulled and he pulled, his muscles straining, his breath failing, his energy completely exhausted. He put his entire weight into one final desperate pull. The rope could not bear the tension. It suddenly snapped. Because he was pulling with his whole weight, the moment the rope broke, he flew backwards and fell flat on his back on the hard earth, cracking his head against a stone. He was severely hurt. Blood was oozing from his forehead, and his eyes were closed in intense pain. For a moment, he lay there as if dead, completely shattered by the fall. But then, slowly, he opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, he looked directly up into the sky, and there, floating high above the clouds, radiant and free, was the full moon, traveling calmly through the endless space. The madman smiled through his pain. He forgot his wounds, he forgot his broken head, and he said to himself, "Ah, it was a tough fight, it was a terrific struggle, and I am nearly dead, but it was worth it. Look up there, I have saved the moon. I have pulled it out of the well and sent it back to its heavenly home." You laugh at this madman, but this is exactly the situation of your so-called spiritual seekers, your ascetics, your moralists, your saints. They are all trying to pull the moon out of the well. They think their soul is trapped in the mud of this world. They think they are bound by a contract, by past karmas, by a heavy chains of bondage, and they are putting their entire energy into breaking these chains. They go to the Himalayas, they fast for days, they torture their bodies, they suppress their instincts, they fight with their sexuality, they stand on their heads, they do all kinds of absurd things, just like that madman pulling the rope. And when they are completely exhausted, when they are broken and near death, they collapse. In that total collapse, when their ego can no longer make any effort, when their mind is completely defeated and falls dead, their eyes open. And they look up and they realize that the soul has always been free, that it was never in the well in the first place, that it was never bound by any contract, that it was always radiant and untouched in the highest sky of consciousness. Then they laugh and they say, "It was a tough fight, but look, I have achieved liberation. I have attained nirvana." They have not attained anything new. They have only discovered that which was already the case. But they think their effort has brought it about. This is the ultimate deception of the mind. The soul cannot be bound because the soul is the very fabric of existence itself. It is your true nature. You are like a person who has fallen asleep in his own beautiful palace and is dreaming that he is a beggar in the streets, crying and weeping for a single coin. In your dream, you suffer, you feel hungry, you feel cold, you feel rejected. Then you go to a guru in the dream and you ask him how to become a king. And the guru gives you a method, a technique, a mantra to practice in the dream so that you can accumulate wealth and become a king. If the guru is also part of your dream, he will give you a dream method. But if the guru is awakened, if he is a Buddha, he will not give you any method to become a king. He will simply slap you hard on the face and wake you up. He will shake you out of your sleep. And the moment you open your eyes, you see that you have never left your palace, that you have never been a beggar, that the hunger and the cold and the poverty were all made of the stuff of dreams. You don't have to become a king. You are already a king. This is the difference between a traditional religion and the path of true awakening. As you listen to these words, if you feel a deep resonance vibrating within your soul, remember to like this video, share it with those who are traveling with you, and leave your deepest reflections in the comments below. Your presence in this space is a silent communion. If you wish to support the continuation of these insights and help us bring this light to more people across the globe, you can use the Super Thanks feature or explore our specially curated ebooks, which are designed to be quiet companions on your inner pilgrimage. Let this action arise not as a commercial transaction, but as a natural, loving sharing of energy, an echo of the harmony we are exploring together. Let us enter into the ancient wisdom of the 10 bulls of Zen. The first step on this rare pilgrimage is the search for the bull. The sutra says, "In the pasture of this world, I endlessly push aside the tall grasses in search of the bull, following unnamed rivers, lost upon the interpenetrating paths of distant mountains, my strength failing and my vitality exhausted. I cannot find the bull. I only hear the locusts cheering through the forest at night." What is this bull? The bull is a symbol of your raw, primal life energy. It is your vitality, your dynamism, your potentiality. It is the very source of your life. You have this energy. Without it, you cannot exist for a single moment, yet you do not know what it is. You are alive, but you do not know what life is. You move, you act, you marry, you produce children, you accumulate wealth, you build houses, and yet you remain completely oblivious to the central core of your existence. You are like a person who has forgotten his own name, forgotten his own home, and is wandering on distant crossroads, asking others for direction. The sutra says, I endlessly push aside the tall grasses in search of the bull. What are these tall grasses? These are your desires, your endless, conflicting, multi-directional desires. One desire pulls you to the north, another pulls you to the south. You want money, you want power, you want prestige, you want fame, and now you also want enlightenment. You go on pushing aside these tall grasses, but they are very thick, and the more you push them aside, the more they surround you. The wilderness is vast. You follow unnamed rivers, you read scriptures, you study philosophies, you go to this teacher and that, you follow maps created by others, but truth has no map. There are no superhighways leading to the divine. Truth is a trackless land. It is a private path, a small footpath that you have to walk alone. You cannot follow anybody's footprints to reach your own center, because your center is uniquely yours. When you follow a named river, a traditional religion, a dogmatic church, you are trying to find yourself via someone else's experience. It is a borrowed phenomenon. And a borrowed truth is a lie. Unless it is your own lived experience, it cannot liberate you. So you wander upon the interpenetrating paths of distant mountains, and what happens? Your strength fails, and your vitality becomes completely exhausted. This exhaustion is a very significant moment in the search. A moment comes in every true seeker's life when he feels totally defeated. The mind says, stop, this is enough. It was better when I was an ordinary worldly man. At least then I was comfortable. At least then I was well adjusted to the crowd. Now I am neither here nor there. I have left the world and I have not found the divine. I am in a limbo, hanging in mid-air. The mind feels completely broken because all its logic has failed. It cannot figure out where the bull is. The mind is efficient only with the known. With the unknown, it is completely impotent. It becomes tired, weary, and it wants to return to the old pattern. But if you can persist in that very moment of total exhaustion, if you don't listen to the mind's dynamic of fear and retreat, If you can just sit silently in that emptiness, a miracle happens. When the mind is totally exhausted, it drops. It can no longer pedal the bicycle of your ego. And the moment the mind stops pedaling, the ego falls dead. In that very silence, when you are not running anywhere, when you are not seeking anything, when you are simply present here and now, you hear the locusts chirring through the forest at night. You hear the heartbeat of existence. You see the second step of the pilgrimage, discovering the footprints. The second sutra says, along the river bank, under the trees, I discover footprints. Even under the fragrant grass, I see his prints. Deep in remote mountains, they are found. These traces no more can be hidden than one's nose looking heavenward. Suddenly, your eyes are clear. The smoke of thoughts has disappeared. The clouds of desires have dispersed. And you look down and you see the footprints of the bull. They have always been there, right under your feet, but you were running so fast that you could not see them. Your speed was your blindness. You were zooming from one destination to another, and because of your speed, you lost all sensitivity. Now that you are still, now that you have stopped running, your sensitivity returns. You become aware of the subtle, delicate harmony of life. You see the prints even under the fragrant grass, even under your same old desires. You see the divine hidden. When you were running after money, what were you really searching for? Were you searching for green paper notes? No, you were searching for a certain richness, a certain security, a certain completion. You thought money could give it to you. The search was right, but the direction was wrong. Underneath your greed for money, the search for the inner treasure was hidden. When you were running after power, what were you really searching for? You wanted to be a god, you wanted to be omnipotent, you wanted to be independent of all limitations. The search was right, but the direction was wrong. Underneath your political ambition, the search for your own inner godliness was hidden. When you see this, you find the prints of the bull everywhere. They can no longer be hidden from you, just as you cannot hide your own nose when you look heavenward. It is so obvious, so immediate, so naturally present. But to see these footprints, you must drop your habit of living through others' eyes. You must drop your decidophobia, your fear of making your own decisions. Society has trained you to be a follower. It has given you a ready-made conscience, a set of rules, a moral code, so that you don't have to take the risk of making your own choices. You are born into a certain fold and you blindly follow it. You think you are a Christian, a Hindu, a Mohammedan, But this is not a true choice. This is just a lack of decision on your part. You are simply drifting with the tradition because it is comfortable. But a follower can never find the bull. A follower is a blind man holding on to another blind man's coattails. You have to become an individual. You have to take the full responsibility of your own life, your own errors, your own trial. It is dangerous, it is risky, but that risk is the price we pay for the birth of our soul. Each true decision, each authentic choice made out of your own inner awareness crystallizes your being. It makes you whole. It makes you integrated. It brings you out of the mass and makes you a true individual. This is the beauty of the search. It is a negative process. You don't have to create the truth. You don't have to manufacture the bull. The bull is already there, waiting for you in the deepest recess of your being. You have only to chip away the unessential parts, just as a sculptor chips away the excess marble to release the statue hidden inside. The statue was always there. The sculptor only discovered it by removing the stones that were covering it. Your ego, your thoughts, your social conditioning, your borrowed knowledge, these are the excess stones covering your inner deity. Drop them, renounce your fictions, dissolve your illusions, and suddenly you are back home. You are no longer a beggar crying in the streets of a dream. You are the emperor of your own boundless infinity. When you come in, the very first step of entering this inner temple is to sit silently and face the most fundamental reality of your existence, which is the great inquiry. Moving from the periphery to the center is the most arduous, yet the most beautiful journey a human being can ever undertake. Right now, you live completely on the periphery, on the circumference of your being. You know your name, you know your address, you know your bank balance, you know your profession, but all these things belong to the circumference, they don't belong to you. They are clothes that you have put on, masks that you have gathered from the outside world, and because you are identified with these masks, you go on believing that this is your true identity. You look into the mirror and you think you see yourself, but the mirror only reflects the surface. It only reflects the physical form, the periphery. It cannot mirror your center. The center remains completely hidden, untouched by any mirror, unreflected by any external medium. To find that center, you have to move inwards, away from the crowd, away from the opinions of others, away from all the fictions that you have built around yourself. You have to ask the simple, raw, piercing question, who am I? This question is not an intellectual puzzle to be solved by the mind. If you try to answer it through the mind, the mind will immediately supply 1,001 ready-made answers. The mind will say, you are a soul, you are the divine, you are the Atman, you are a spark of the cosmic light. All these answers are borrowed, stale, rotten. They come from scriptures, from doctrines, from philosophies that you have collected from the outside world. They are not your lived experience. And a borrowed truth is nothing but a beautiful lie. It cannot liberate you. It can only burden you further. The real inquiry into who you are is not meant to find a verbal answer. It is meant to dissolve the questioner entirely. It is meant to create a deep, bottomless silence within you where the mind can no longer function, where all thoughts cease, and where you are left alone in a wide, vacant emptiness. That emptiness, that very nothingness is the answer. It is not an answer in words, it is a realization, a revelation of your true nature. Look at how you have been living your life up to now. You know yourself only through the eyes of others. You are constantly worried about what people think of you, what your parents said about you, what your friends think you are, what the society expects you to be. Your entire identity is a social product, a collection of opinions that you have gathered from 1,001 mirrors. And because these mirrors are many, your identity is deeply fragmented, contradictory, and chaotic. One mirror says you are beautiful, another says you are ugly. One says you are wise, another says you are a fool. One says you are a saint, another says you are a sinner. You collect all these contradictory reflections and you call this heap your ego. The ego is always in deep trouble because it is not an organic unity. It is a crowd, a polypsychic mess. You are one, but your ego is many. And because you are identified with this false fluid entity, you live in constant conflict, in a continuous tug of war within your own soul. You do not know who you are because you have never looked directly at yourself. You have always looked via the other. To get out of this vicious circle, you have to learn the art of the great inquiry. Raman Maharshi used to give his disciples this simple technique: to continuously inquire within, who am I? But this technique was deeply misunderstood, even by his closest disciples. They thought that by asking this question, someday an answer would come, a voice would speak from within and say, "You are the soul, you are the divine light." No, that is not the way it works. There is going to be no answer from within, because there is nobody else inside you to speak to you. You are alone. The inquiry is not meant to find an answer. It is meant to dissolve the question itself. When you go on asking, "Who am I?" Who am I? Who am I? By and by the mind becomes exhausted. It can no longer supply its old routine answers because you refuse to accept them. You say, this is just a word, this is just a name, this is just a doctrine. Who am I behind all these words? When you reject all verbal answers, the mind is defeated. It falls dead, and a profound silence pervades your being. In that silence, the question itself disappears. There is no longer anyone to ask, who am I? And there is no longer any question left. That very state of no question, that very state of pure presence without any verbalization, is the knowing. You know yourself not as an object separate from you, but as your very existence, your very being. Think of yourself as an onion. You take an onion and you start peeling off its layers. You peel off one layer and another layer comes up. You peel off that layer and still another layer appears. You go on peeling off the layers one by one. And what happens in the end? When all the layers are thrown away, you come to a point where nothing is left in your hand except a pure void, a vacant space, a total nothingness. Your body and your mind are exactly like an onion. Your body is the outer layer, made of food, inherited from your parents, part of the earth. You peel it off through awareness, and you realize, I am not the body. I am the observer of the body. Then comes the mind, the inner layer, made of thoughts, memories, conditionings, and desires gathered from the society. You peel it off through witnessing, and you realize, I am not the mind. I can see my thoughts moving on the screen of consciousness, just like clouds moving in the sky. When you have peeled off both the body and the mind, you expect to find a solid soul inside, an Atman, a spark of light that you can hold on to. But as you go deeper, all doctrines disappear, all philosophies evaporate, and you come to encounter an absolute void, a bottomless abyss, a pure nothingness. This nothingness, this shunya, is what Buddha called the ultimate reality. But the moment you come close to this nothingness, a great fear grips your heart. You feel that you are going to die, that you are going to be completely destroyed, and in a way you are right. Your ego is going to die. Your false identity is going to be wiped out completely. You have lived with this false identity for so many lives that you do not know how to exist without it. You cannot conceive of yourself as a pure nothingness, a wide vacant space. So, out of fear, you escape from this nothingness back to the periphery, back to your thoughts, back to your desires, back to the marketplace of the world where you can feel secure in your small, separate I. This fear of the void is the basic reason why people never enter into deep meditation. They talk about it, they read books about it, they go from one guru to another, but they always keep a safe distance from the actual experience because they are deeply afraid of their own inner nothingness. But let me tell you, this nothingness is not negative. It is the most positive thing in existence. It is the very source from which everything arises, and it is the very end into which everything disappears. It is the Alpha and the Omega of the cosmos. When you become empty, you don't become less. You become the whole. Only a void can be infinite. If you are something, you are limited. You have a boundary, a definition, and that boundary is your imprisonment. If you are a doctor, a rich man, a saint, a sinner, you are defined by your label, and that label is your cage. When you drop all labels, when you drop all definitions, when you become a pure nothingness, your boundaries disappear. You become as vast as the sky. This heaven is so vast that no message can stain it, no cloud can corrupt it. You become one with the cosmic energy itself. This is what it means to find the bull. You have found the inexhaustible, dynamic life energy that is your true nature. As you allow this profound realization to settle into your heart, as you begin to feel the beauty and the immensity of your own inner space, a natural desire arises within you to share this fragrance with the world. You feel an overflowing gratitude towards existence, a deep compassion for all those who are still wandering in the thick, tall grasses of desires, completely lost and miserable. When this gratitude overflows, you naturally want to support the flow of this temple to keep this sacred stream alive so that it can reach more and more thirsty souls across the globe. Those who feel aligned with this vision can choose to click the join button, becoming an active part of this spiritual family, or offer a silent gesture of support through a super thanks. This is not an outward act of commerce. It is an alchemical sharing of energy, a way to participate hand in hand with the divine play. Even reading deeper into these hidden dimensions of consciousness through our specially crafted ebooks is a way to look into the mirror of wisdom until the mirror itself dissolves and only the truth remains. Let this action arise not out of any formal duty or expectation, but out of a pure overflowing of your bliss, a desire to release your fragrance to the winds so that it may fill the dark valleys of the world with light. To enter into this inner space, you have to find what I call the neutral gear of your being. Man is a large, very complicated machine, full of millions of cells, running continuously from birth to death. Your body is a machine, your mind is a machine, and you're constantly moving from one gear to another. During the day, you use a waking consciousness, that is one gear. In the night, you drop into sleep, and another part of the mechanism begins to function. That is another gear. You are sitting silently, and suddenly someone says something to you, and you get angry. You have moved into a different gear. When you change gears in a car, the first gear has to become the second, or the second has to become the third. But always the car has to pass through the neutral gear, which is not a gear at all. In that neutral gear, the power is on, the engine is running, but it is not joined with the moving mechanism of the car. The car is divided into two. In the same way, in your inner being, whenever you shift from one state to another, there is a turning point, a neutral territory where you are neither physical nor mental, neither a body nor a mind. In that neutral gear, you simply are a pure existence, simple, unembodied, with no mind. Shiva gives beautiful techniques in the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra to find this neutral territory. He says, as breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down through both these turns, realize the incoming breath and the outgoing breath are not two parallel lines. They create a circle. The breath comes in, touches your center, and turns out. The breath goes out, touches the cosmos, and turns in. At the exact point of turning, there is a split second of neutral gear where the breath is static, where it is neither coming in nor going out. In that turning gap, you are disjoined from your body and your mind. A sudden stoppage of breath, and the mind stops functioning completely. In that moment of turning, if you can be aware, alert, watchful, you realize your true self. You transcend the mechanism entirely. But we are not observers at all. We cannot pay attention to anything even for a single minute. Our mind is a monkey mind, inherited from our animal ancestors, constantly jumping from one branch to another, never sitting still. If I tell you to look at a flower, you look at it for a single moment, and then you immediately start verbalizing, thinking about it, comparing it with other flowers, saying how beautiful or red it is. The moment you bring in a word, you have moved away from the flower. You are no longer observing it. Your field has changed. True observation means remaining with the reality without any word, without any verbalization, with no bubbling inside, just remaining with the fact. If you can look at a flower, or if you can watch the turning point of your breath for a few minutes completely, with no movement of the mind, the thing will happen. The beneficence will dawn upon you, and you will realize your eternal nature. We are divided into the center and the periphery, but we only know the periphery. We know our skin, our hands, our face, our outer actions, but we do not know where our center is. The breath is the constant bridge that connects the periphery with the center. Every time the breath goes in, it goes to your center, it touches your center at the navel, and then it moves out. Children are naturally centered in their navel. That is why when a child sleeps, his abdomen moves up and down, while his chest remains completely unaffected. Because children are at their center, they are so bliss-filled, so energy-filled, never tired, overflowing with life, and always living intensely in the present moment. But as we grow civilized, as we are educated, cultured, and suppressed by the society, our breathing becomes shallow. It never goes down to the abdomen, it just touches the chest and goes out. We become off-center, missing our foundational balance. Why are we so afraid of the center? Because the center makes you total. If you move to the center, your every act becomes a total act. If you are angry, you become totally angry. If you love totally. But society is afraid of totality. It wants you to be controlled, manageable, predictable, fragmentary. It wants you to love miserly, to give given amounts, to live at the minimum level of your energy, not at the maximum. You are taught from your very childhood to control your instincts, to control your expressions, to remain shallow. And this shallow existence is what we call normalcy. This normalcy is a disease, a spiritual sleepiness. To come back to the center, you have to allow your breathing to go deep down again, to touch the hara, the navel center, where your roots are connected with the cosmic source of energy. Shiva says, whenever in-breath and out-breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. He uses these beautifully contradictory terms, energy-less and energy-filled. It is energy-less because your body energy, your mind energy, which is created by food and drink, fuel energy. Petrol energy is not there. Your body energy can run for a few months even if you stop eating, because you have reservoirs of fuel inside. But the center does not depend on this fuel energy. It is connected directly with the cosmic source of life. That is why it is energyless as far as your separate physical identity is concerned, but it is energy filled because it is the ocean of cosmic life itself. The moment you touch that fusion point of the two breaths at the center, your small self vanishes, and you realize that you are neither the body nor the mind, but an eternal, unembodied consciousness. This realization brings a deep reverse pull in your being. Ordinarily, gravity is pulling you down towards the earth, towards gross material things, towards the periphery. But the moment you touch your inner center through a meditative technique, gravity becomes reversed. Now the sky begins to pull you up. In religious terminology, this upward pull is called grace. Gravity pulls you downwards. Grace pulls you upwards. When a technique fits you, you suddenly feel weightless, as if there is no weight in your body at all. Many people close their eyes in deep meditation and they feel that they have levitated, that they are floating a few feet above the earth. And when they open their eyes, they see their body is still on the ground. The body remains on the ground, but you have levitated. Your consciousness has been pulled away from gravity into the high realm of grace. But this transition from gravity to grace is going to create a deep disturbance in your life in the beginning. If a technique truly fits you, you will not fit into the world anymore. You will become unfit in the society of worldly men. Everywhere you will feel a gap, a loose bolt, as if an earthquake has happened inside you, and everything has remained the same outside. Only you have become completely different. You will feel like an outsider, an awkward teenager who is no longer a child and not yet a mature man, fitting nowhere. Worldly people go for prayer or consolation, because prayer makes them adjusted to the old pattern. It makes them feel better in their misery. If your child dies, the priest says, "Don't worry, God loves him more. He is in heaven," and you feel adjusted, consoled. But meditation is not a consolation. It is a science of transformation. It does not adjust you to the old diseased pattern. It shatters the old pattern completely so that a new being can be born. So when a technique fits you, don't expect immediate silence. Expect a great inner anarchy, a great madness coming to light. You are a dark mess inside, but you have lived with closed eyes, so you were not aware of it. The moment light enters through meditation, the whole mess becomes visible. All your hidden diseases, your suppressed angers, your lusts, your greed come to the surface. You will feel fearful. You will want to put the light off and go back to sleep again. This is the very point where the Master becomes a help. He holds your hand and says, "Do not be afraid, do not escape from it. This is just the beginning." Go through it intensely, honestly, with all your energy, and the very fire of your awareness will consume the trash and transform the energy into gold. To find this center, you have to stop fighting with yourself. Traditional yoga is a path of the warrior. It is a path of will, of struggle, of suppression with awareness. Yoga says fight with your instincts, suppress your desires, create a new center by killing your natural self so that the real can be born. But Tantra takes a totally contrary view. Tantra is the path of affirmation, of total acceptance, of indulgence with awareness. Tantra says you are part of nature. You are part of this cosmic reality. So there is no opposition between you and the real. No struggle, no conflict, no enmity with nature is needed. You have to use nature, you have to use whatsoever you are to go beyond. If sex is there, it is the basic energy with which you were born, the very energy out of which your life has come. Yoga says fight it. Create a center that is desireless, desireless through struggle. Tantra says use this energy friendly. Be friendly to it. It is your friend. Move into it with full consciousness, with deep sensitivity, with love, and when you pass through it consciously, you pass through it as an outsider, untouched, and you transcend it. Indulgence is allowed in Tantra, but it is not the ordinary blind indulgence. It is indulgence with absolute awareness. If you are angry, Tantra does not say don't be angry. It says be angry wholeheartedly, but be aware. And this is the secret of the alchemy. If you are aware in your anger, anger is transformed into compassion. Anger is not your enemy. It is compassion in seed form. Sex is not your enemy. It is love in seed form. If you destroy the seed through fight, you destroy the flowers also, and then you will be a dead man, without anger, but without compassion, without sex, but without love. Tantra says everything is holy, everything is divine. If a single atom in this universe is unholy, then the whole universe becomes unholy. Because how can an unholy element exist in a holy world supported by all holy elements. So either the world is totally unholy, which is the atheist's view, or it is totally holy, totally divine, which is the tantric's view. There is no middle path. Once you accept your totality unconditionally, your character will change by itself. Once the basis of your structure changes, your whole edifice will be different. This is the great inquiry, to find who is inside this house of the body, who is the master, who is the watcher behind all these moving forms. When you drop the fictions of the mind, when you peel off all the layers of the onion, you come to find that you are a pure nothingness, a vacant space, a great shunya. And that shunya is the ultimate freedom, the ultimate bliss, the very home you have been searching for endlessly in the dark pastures of this world. To unlock all locks, you must understand the closest mechanism to your existence, which is your breathing. We are breathing continuously from the moment of birth to the moment of death. Everything changes between these 2 points. The world changes, your body changes, your youth disappears, you become old, you become diseased, your wealth comes and goes, your friends become enemies, and your enemies become friends. Everything fluctuates on the periphery. Nothing remains the same. Only breathing is a constant factor between birth and death. If even for a single moment you forget to breathe, you will be no more. That is why you are not required to breathe consciously. The universe has not left this responsibility in your hands because you are such a sleepy, unconscious being that you might forget to breathe for a single moment, and then nothing could be done to bring you back. You are fast asleep and breathing goes on. You are in a deep coma and breathing goes on. You are angry, you are loving, you are working, and breathing goes on. You are not required. Breathing is something that happens in spite of you. It is the most constant, essential, and basic mechanism of life. And that is why in India we have given it the name prana, which means the very vitality, the very aliveness of your existence. Breathing is a bridge. It is a bridge between you and your body, connecting you, relating you to this material vehicle. And it is also a bridge between you and the universe. The body is just the universe that has come closer to you. It is the nearest approach to the universe. And the breath is the invisible thread that ties you to it. If the bridge is broken, you are no more in the body and you are no more in the universe. You move into some unknown dimension beyond space and time. Breath, therefore, becomes the most significant instrument for inner transformation. It has 2 points. One point where it touches the body and the universe, which is the physical atmosphere, and another point where it touches you, that which transcends the universe entirely. Ordinarily, we know only one part of the bridge. We know the breath when it moves into the body, when it touches the nostrils, when it fills the chest. But we do not know the other pole of the bridge, the point where it touches the unembodied soul. If you can become aware of that other point, the other pole of the bridge, suddenly you will be transformed, transplanted into a completely different dimension of reality. Traditional yoga also works on breath, but the work of yoga and tantra is fundamentally contrary. Yoga tries to systematize breathing. It gives you a rhythm, a technique of pranayama, a controlled way of inhalation and exhalation, so that your health improves, your life becomes longer, and your body becomes strong and filled with vital energy. Yoga tries to discipline the breath, but Tantra is not concerned with any systematization, rhythm, or discipline of the breath. Tantra uses the breath simply as a technique to turn your consciousness inwards. You don't have to change your breathing style. You don't have to practice a particular pattern. You have to take breathing exactly as it is, naturally. And you have to become aware of certain hidden points within the process. These points are the nearest doors to the divine, but they are so subtle that you need a very minute, silent, uncorrupted observation to perceive them. Shiva gives the first technique of breath in the hidden text of the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. Radiant One. This experience may dawn between two breaths. After breath comes in, that is down, and just before turning up, that is going out, the beneficence. This is one of the most ancient and powerful methods ever given to humanity. When your breath comes in, you must watch it continuously. Move with the breath fully consciously. Do not go ahead of it and do not follow behind it like a shadow. Be simultaneous with it. Breath and consciousness must become one single flow. As the breath goes down, down, down into your body, your awareness goes down with it. Then, for 1,000th part of a moment, before the breath turns outwards, before it changes its direction to go up, there is a point where breathing stops completely. In that micro moment, you are not breathing at all. In that stopping, Shiva says, the beneficence. In that stopping, you are no longer in the world, because when you are not breathing, you are temporarily dead. You are still there, existing, but the mechanism of the world is disjoined from you. Buddha used this exact method to attain his ultimate awakening. And in the Buddhist tradition, it is known as Anapanasati Yoga. Buddha told his bhikkhus, his disciples, just watch the breath coming in and going out. He never mentioned the gap to ordinary people because he knew that if you become greedy for the gap, your mind will start projecting. You will start looking for the interval in the future, and your running will start again, destroying your present awareness. Buddha simply said, "Be aware." If you go on practicing pure breath consciousness, one day, without any warning, you will suddenly happen upon the interval. When your awareness becomes keen, deep, intense, and the whole world is bracketed out, you will suddenly see that there is a space where the breath has stopped completely, neither going out nor coming in. In that universal pause, your small egoistic self vanishes and you realize your cosmic nature. If you feel this ancient melody of truth singing within your heart, if you feel that these insights are shaking you out of your long spiritual sleep, you can choose to click the join button right now and enter into our inner circle of seekers. By becoming a member, you help this stream of meditation flow towards all corners of the earth, to all those who are still stumbling in the dark pastures of desires. Let this action be an overflowing of your own joy, a natural sharing of your energy. And if you want to support this work further, you can also use the Super Thanks feature to offer a direct gesture of gratitude, or explore our digital ebooks, which serve as quiet, deep companions for your daily contemplation. Do it not as a bargain, not as a transaction of the mind, but as a pure celebration of the fact that we are exploring the mysteries of life and death together. The second breath technique looks similar, but the emphasis is slightly shifted from the gap to the turning point itself. Shiva says, as breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize the incoming breath and the outgoing breath are not two parallel lines. They are half and half of a single circle. The same breath that goes down turns and comes up. So it must have a curve inside you. When you are driving a car and you change gears, you always have to pass through the neutral gear, which is not a gear at all. In that neutral territory, the engine is running, the power is on, but it is not joined with the moving wheels of the car. The car is divided into two. When your breath takes a turn from down to up, it passes through this inner neutral gear. In that short turn, you are neither a body nor a mind, neither physical nor mental, because the body is one gear of your mechanism and the mind is another gear. In the turning point, you simply are a pure, simple, unembodied existence. If you can observe the turn of the breath minutely, without any verbalization, with no thoughts bubbling inside, you will realize the self. You will become a realized soul. Why is the turn so important? Because at the turning point, the breath leaves you to move in an opposite direction. It was with you when it was moving in. It will be with you again when it moves out. But at the very point of the curve, it is not with you and you are not with it. In that split second, the breath is different from you and you are different from it. If breathing is life, then in that moment you are dead. If breathing is the body, you are bodiless. If breathing is the mind, you are no mind. And if you stop your breath for a second, you will see that the mind stops immediately. A moving breath is joined with the mind. A static breath is disjoined. In that turning gap, you can easily realize who you are, who the master is inside this house of the flesh. But civilization, education, and your so-called morality have destroyed your capacity to breathe naturally. Look at a small child sleeping. His abdomen moves up and down while his chest remains completely unaffected. The child breathes from the center, from the navel, from the hara. That is why children are so energy-filled, so radiant, never tired, and always living totally in the present moment. But as you grow up, society forces you to breathe shallowly. Your breathing becomes restricted to the chest. It never goes down to the navel. Why are you so afraid of abdominal breathing? Because if the breath goes deep down, it touches and massages your sex center from within, making it more active, more alive. Society is afraid of sex. It condemns the lower part of the body as dirty and sinful. So it forces you to create a distance between the breath and the sex center. Civilized man is a castrated man. He breathes shallowly to keep his sexuality suppressed and under control. But this controlling is possible only at the minimum level of your energy. And that is why your life feels so lifeless, so empty and dull. The third technique says, or whenever in-breath and out-breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. When you take deep natural breaths that go down to the navel, a moment comes when the incoming breath and the outgoing breath fuse so totally that you cannot say whether the breath is going out or coming in. The breath becomes static, silent, non-moving. That fusion point is your original center, the hara. It is energy-less because your body energy, your mind energy, which depends on food and drink, your fuel energy is not present there. But it is energy filled because it is directly connected with the cosmic infinite source of life. The moment you touch this center, you become total. Whatsoever you do out of this center will be a total act. When you are fragmentary, living off center in the head, your every act is a fragment, creating ugliness and conflict. But when you are at your center, your life becomes an overflowing, an explosion of bliss. Sometimes, when you go to a hill station, see the vast sky and the green forest, you suddenly take a deep breath that touches the center, and a momentary bliss fills your being. That bliss does not come from the hill station. It comes from your own center, because you happen to touch it accidentally. The fourth technique is for emergencies, for sudden situations, or when breath is all out and stopped of itself, or all in and stopped in such universal pause, one's small self vanishes. This is difficult only for the impure, for those who are full of desires and motivations. But even an ordinary man can experience this universal pause in an emergency. You are driving a car and suddenly you see that an accident is going to happen, that another car is heading towards you, and death is only a second away. In that exact moment, your breathing will stop automatically. If it is out, it will remain out. If it is in, it will remain in. You cannot afford to breathe in such an emergency. In that sudden pause, your small utility self, your name, your bank balance, your prestige, your identity evaporates completely. There is a blankness, a sudden stoppage of the mind. If you know the technique, if you can be aware in that moment of the pause, you can reach the ultimate goal. Zen masters in Japan have used this fourth technique of Shiva extensively, creating weird, sudden, unexpected situations to shock the disciple into the pause. A disciple is sitting with his master, chit-chatting, and suddenly the master takes his staff and hits the disciple mercilessly, or throws him out of the window without any rhyme or reason. If there is a cause, if you have abused the master and he beats you, there is a causality, the mind understands it and expects it, so there is no gap, no pause. But when the master hits you unexpectedly, when you were thinking that he is pleased with you, the mind cannot figure it out. The mind stops. It cannot understand what is happening. And with the stoppage of the mind, the breathing stops. There is a sudden universal pause, and in that shock, many disciples have attained to their ultimate Buddhahood. Mind movement needs breath movement. A fast moving mind needs fast moving breath. When you are in anger, your breathing becomes fast and chaotic. In the sex act, the breathing moves very fast because the mind is filled with lust and impurity. But when the mind is innocent, pure, with no desires, no seeking, no motivation, when you are just remaining here and now like a silent pool without a single ripple, breathing stops automatically. There is no need for it. In that automatic stopping, the small ego self vanishes, and you encounter your true being, which is a bottomless void, an absolute space. So, use these breath techniques not as an intellectual entertainment, but as a practical experimentation. Choose one technique that gives you a feeling of affinity, a feeling of well-being, and play with it for at least 3 days. I say playing because if you are too serious, your mind will close its doors. Be playful, relaxed, open. If the technique clicks, if something explodes within you in those 3 days, then drop all other methods and stick to it intensely for 3 months. Miracles are possible because the treasure is already hidden within you. You have only to dig a little bit to remove the earth of your conditioning. Breathe deeply, watch the turns, realize the gaps, and let the small, separate I dissolve into the endless, blissful rhythm of the universe. This inner dissolution into the endless rhythm of the universe cannot happen as long as you remain a house divided against itself. The energy that breathes within you is the very same energy that loves, the very same energy that pulsates in your desires, and the very same energy that can transform you into a Buddha. But for centuries, your so-called religious teachers, moralists, and priests have been doing a monstrous thing to human consciousness. They have split you into parts. They have divided your life into the sacred and the profane, into the pure and the dirty, into the moral and the immoral. They tell you to accept your prayers but deny your sexuality, to cultivate love but suppress your anger, to praise your spirit but condemn your body. This division is the ultimate crime against humanity. It has made the whole world a madhouse, a vast colony of hypocrites where nobody is authentic, nobody is whole, and everybody is living a double life. You must understand that life is an organic unity. It is a seamless whole. You cannot cut it into pieces and choose only that which fits your beautiful imaginary self-image. Look at a lotus flower blooming beautifully in a pond. Its fragrance is divine. Its petals are pure and untouched by the water. Its beauty is unearthly. But where does this lotus come from? It comes out of the ordinary, ugly, dirty mud of the pond. The mud is the mother of the lotus. The fragrance of the flower is nothing but the dirty mud transformed through the alchemy of nature. If you go to a moralistic priest and show him the lotus, he will praise the flower, but he will tell you to avoid the mud. He will tell you that the mud is dirty and sinful. But if you listen to his foolishness and separate the lotus from the mud, or if you try to destroy the mud entirely because it is ugly, the lotus will die immediately. The beauty of the flower cannot exist without the dirtiness of the mud. They are not two separate things. They are two poles of a single organic energy. Tantra is the only vision in the whole history of human consciousness that recognizes this deep foundational unity. Tantra does not look at life through any dichotomy, any division. For Tantra, the division into good and bad is the only impurity that exists. To divide is to be impure. To live in absolute non-division is purity. So when I speak of purity, I do not mean goodness or moral rectitude. I mean an undifferentiated innocence. A small child is pure not because he has no anger or no greed, but because he is completely unaware of any division between what is good and what is bad. When he gets angry, he becomes the anger totally. It is a pure, spontaneous flow of energy. And when the anger passes, it leaves no trace behind. He is again smiling, fresh and innocent, as if the cloud had never been there. His purity is untouched because the calculating mind has not yet entered. But as the child grows, the society forces him to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge. He is taught what to do and what not to do. He is taught to hide his anger, to suppress his greed, to feel guilty about his sexuality. The moment this knowledge enters, division is born and the innocence is lost. The child is expelled from the Garden of Eden, not by some external God, but by his own accumulated social conditioning. This ready-made conscience forced upon you from the outside is not your true consciousness. It is a political trick of the society to keep you manageable, predictable, and sheep-like. And because you are living according to an imposed order, you become a hypocrite. You get angry many times a day, but you immediately repent. You immediately ask for forgiveness. Have you ever watched why you are so eager to repent? It is not because you have understood the nature of anger. It is a cunning trick to save your self-image. You want to believe that you are a good, peaceful, pious person, and the sudden outburst of anger shakes your ego. It makes you feel uncomfortable. So, to establish your beautiful image again, you quickly say that it was a mistake, that it just happened in a weak moment, that you will never do it again. By condemning your own action, you think you have cancelled it. You call yourself bad on the periphery just to remain good in the center. This is a deep dishonesty. You can go on for lives together getting angry and repenting, and the cycle will never end because your ego is continuously being nourished by this very postponement of reality into the future. Tantra says the first step towards the ultimate transformation is total acceptance. You must accept yourself exactly as you are. If you are angry, accept that you are anger. If you are sexual, accept that you are sex. If you are greedy, accept that you are greed. Throw away your beautiful self-images into the dust. This is the most difficult thing for a human mind to do, because the moment you accept your reality in its total facticity, your ego falls dead immediately. The ego can live only through ideals, through the future, through trying to become something else which you are not. You are violent, and you create an ideal of non-violence. Then you feel good because your self-image is now protected by the beautiful dream of the future. You say, today I am violent, but tomorrow I will be non-violent. But how can a violent mind become non-violent? Whatsoever a violent mind does to achieve non-violence will be done out of violence. Your very effort to suppress your violence will be a deep rape of your own being, a continuous inner warfare. You will become violent against yourself, murdering your own natural instincts. Look at your so-called saints who practice non-violence. They are deeply violent people, constantly torturing their own bodies, sitting on volcanoes of repressed rage. They have only changed the object of their violence from the other to themselves, but the poison remains intact. This total acceptance is the real meaning of love. Love is not a choice. Love is a choiceless presence. When you are in love with someone, you don't choose only the beautiful parts and reject the rest. You accept the person in his or her wholeness. And when this acceptance happens within your own being, a great alchemical transformation is initiated. The moment you stop fighting with your natural energies, the energy is no longer wasted in inner conflict. The energy becomes a unified flow. When you are not trying to be a non-violent man, you can look deeply into the very roots of your violence. You can watch it without any judgment, without any prejudice, without saying whether it is good or bad. Can you look at your anger without calling it anger? The moment you use the word anger, centuries of condemnation enter your mind. Simply look at it as an unknown, raw energy arising within you. Call it X. Watch X appearing. Watch X taking possession of your body. Watch X evaporating. In that pure, choiceless watching, the energy changes its quality. The very fire of your awareness consumes the trash and transforms the seed of anger into the flower of compassion. Compassion is not the opposite of anger. It is the ultimate fulfillment of the very same energy. When your being moves into this dimension of total acceptance and non-division, you naturally become a source of overflowing love. You no longer love as a beggar who is seeking validation, approval, or acceptance from the other. Your love becomes a simple giving, a sharing of your fullness. You have so much bliss within yourself that you cannot contain it. You have to pour it into the universe. This community, this space we are building together is nothing but a gathering of emperors who want to share their inner treasures. When you feel this calling vibrating within your chest, your action to support this temple, to keep this sacred river of consciousness flowing to all corners of the world, becomes a natural alignment with the cosmic rhythm. Those who want to become an integral part of this flow can choose to click the join button, entering into a deeper communion with this stream of truth. Your support, whether through membership or through a silent gesture of gratitude like a super thanks, is not a commercial transaction. It is a beautiful, loving sharing of energy. It is a way to ensure that this light is not lost in the dark valleys of the world. Even looking deeper into these secrets through our digital ebooks is a way to allow this wisdom to penetrate your blood and bones until all your inner divisions are melted away and only the pure, uncorrupted light of your being remains. Shiva gives a tremendously beautiful sutra concerning this alchemy of love in the hidden texts of the secrets. While being caressed, sweet princess, enter the caress as everlasting life. Shiva starts with love because love is the nearest natural door in your ordinary experience through which you can transcend the mind. Whenever you are truly in love with someone, for a single moment the mind stops functioning. The mind is a mechanism of calculation, of purpose, of means and ends. You earn money for something, it is a means. You build a house for something, it is a means. But for what do you love? Love has no purpose beyond itself. It is an end in itself. It exists for its own sheer delight. Because love is completely purposeless, the calculative mind cannot function in it. The moment you are overwhelmed by love, the past drops, the future disappears, and you are thrown into the vertical dimension of the eternal now. Time is horizontal. It moves from the past to the future in a straight line. It is a constant running, but the present moment is not part of time at all. The present is part of eternity. When you enter the present moment through love, your dimension changes from the horizontal to the vertical. You move into the depth and the height of everlasting life. That is why the so-called wise men of the world always say that lovers are blind. In a way, they are right. Lovers are blind to the future. They cannot calculate the consequences. They are blind to the past. They don't care about the tradition. They are totally here and now. But those who are running in time are the truly blind ones, because they go on missing the only reality that is always present. Lovers are the only seers, because they look through the eyes of eternity. Shiva says, "Enter the caress as everlasting life." This means that while you are loving someone, you must not be there as a lover. If you are still there as a separate I saying to yourself, "I am loving this person," then you are still on the periphery, still in time, still trapped in the ego. Your love is just a pseudo phenomenon, a mutual exploitation. While caressing your beloved, become the caress itself. While kissing, do not be the kisser, or the kissed become the kiss. Forget yourself so completely, dissolve your separate identity so totally into the act that you can say only love exists, I am no more. When the actor disappears into the action, the door of eternity opens. The heart is no longer pumping blood. Love is pumping blood. The eyes are no longer seeing the physical form. Love is seeing the divine presence. Hands are no longer touching flesh. Love is touching existence itself. This is the very essence of Tantra, the transformation of ordinary sexual energy into the highest spiritual radiance. For Tantra, sex is not something to be condemned or avoided. Sex is the very seed, and love is the flowering of that seed. If you condemn the seed, you are condemning the flower also. Sex is the primal life energy flowing within you, existence alive in your body. It becomes ugly only when it is suppressed, because a suppressed energy becomes perverted, diseased, and poisonous. The moralists and the priests have made sex ugly through continuous condemnation and then they point at your perversions and say, "Look, we were right, sex is sinful." This is a vicious circle. Sex in itself is perfectly innocent, perfectly natural. But it must not remain just sex. It must grow. It must flower into love. What is the difference between sex and love? When your mind is sexual, you are self-centered, you are using the other person as an instrument to fulfill your own physical need. You exploit the other and then you throw them away. But when sex becomes love, the other is no longer an instrument, the other becomes unique, significant, sacred. You are no longer exploiting each other, you are partners participating together in a deep, mystical experience of energy sharing. You help each other to move out of your small separate prisons into a greater world of harmony. And if this love becomes meditative, if you can drop the ego entirely so that both the lover and the beloved disappear, then love ceases to be an ordinary relationship. It becomes a state of being. You don't love someone, you are love. Your very presence becomes a benediction to the world. Look at the traditional religions. They are always afraid of love because they are afraid of life energy. They teach you to become celibate through will, through forced suppression. But a repressive person becomes a frightened person, afraid of his own energy, afraid of everything. If you are afraid of sex, you will become afraid of love also. Because whenever love arises, you know that sex will follow like a shadow. So to avoid sex, you close the door of love entirely. You become cold, shrunken, dead. You may sit in a cave in the Himalayas and think you are meditative, but your silence is nothing but the silence of a graveyard. It is not an alive silence. There is no dance in it, no song in it, no fragrance blooming out of your being. You have become like an artificial flower made of plastic, which never decays but never breathes either. Tantra says, don't be afraid of your nature. Move into your desires with full consciousness. If a sexual desire arises, don't judge it, don't fight it. Go into it totally, but remain an observer, a witness. Let your whole body participate. Let every fiber of your being throb with the energy. But keep the lamp of your awareness burning inside. Ordinarily, when people move into sex, they move blindly, unconsciously, like animals. It is a local release of energy. Only the sex center is involved, and afterwards they feel tired, depleted, and frustrated. But if you can move into it with total sensitivity, without any mind, without any planning or rehearsal in your head, then the energy is no longer local, it becomes total. It becomes a deep orgasmic flow that rejuvenates your entire being. It leaves you not weaker, but stronger, more silent, more at peace with yourself and the universe. Out of that deep fulfillment, a natural gratitude arises within your heart, a prayer that needs no words, a simple thanking of the divine for this beautiful gift of life. To understand this, you must learn the art of listening without your head. Your head is a logic chopping machine. When you listen to me through the head, you are continuously comparing my words with your past knowledge, with your scriptures, with your fixed ideas. You say, this sounds like Aurobindo, or this goes against Shivanand, or this is what Krishnamurti says. You are not listening to me, you are listening to your own inner chatter. You are trying to fit my insights into your old filed registers. This will only increase your information. It will make you more knowledgeable, but it will not give you a new life. It will create a deep conflict within you, because the head will say yes to my words, but the head has no power to implement anything. It has no will. Then you will ask me how to practice what I am saying, and because your whole being has not heard it, you will fail to practice it, and then you will feel guilty. I am not here to create followers, and I am not here to give you more doctrines to fill your head. I am here to share my being with you. I want you to drink me, to digest me, to let my presence penetrate your blood and bones. Listen to me not from the head, but from your wholeness. Let your heart beat with me. Let your body throb with me. Remain relaxed like a sponge and just soak me in. If you listen to me this way, with your totality, understanding arises spontaneously. And true understanding needs no effort to be practiced. It practices itself. It becomes your natural way of moving, your natural way of responding to situations. Suddenly you will see that in a situation where you would have become angry in the past, you are smiling, you are calm, untouched. The insult passes through you without creating a wound, because there is no longer a false self-image inside to be hurt. You have become as empty and vast as the sky. This is the great secret of the inner alchemy, that everything within you is holy. Everything is a gift of the divine. Anger, sex, greed, they are not your enemies. They are the hidden sources of your ultimate realization. Do not throw away the seed because it is covered in mud. Use the seed, nurture it with your awareness, give it the warmth of your love, and one day the seed will sprout and become a beautiful lotus flower. When you accept your totality, you return to your home. You are no longer an outsider drifting in an alien universe. You are a grown part of this cosmic celebration. You are at ease with your being. The struggle is over. Gain and loss are assimilated, and a deep, endless rhythm of joy starts directing your destiny. You become a white cloud, completely free, wandering in the sky of eternity, intoning the song of everlasting life through the evening. Whoever hears this melody will join you, because life loves life, and bliss is the only truth that liberates. This flow of celebration and deep energy must not be contaminated by your old habits of interpretation and judgment. If you listen to me with a clean, uncorrupted consciousness, you will see that everything in this existence is beautifully moving in an endless rhythm. When you are astride the bull, when you are the master of your life energy, you become naturally gentle. The stubbornness of the mind is gone. The unbridled desires disappear. And then, completely unfettered, you obey your master, which is your own inner awareness. Then, slowly, you return homeward. You mount the bull and you move towards the original source from where you have been arising. The voice of your flute intones through the evening. A beautiful melody arises in you, and measuring with hand beats the pulsating harmony, you direct the endless rhythm. Whoever hears this melody will join you. The struggle is over. Gain and loss are totally assimilated. You sing the simple song of the village woodsman, and you play the beautiful tunes of the children. Astride the bull, you observe the clouds above. Onward you go, no matter who may wish to call you back. But this is not the end. The ninth sutra brings a totally new dimension, reaching the source. The sutra says, too many steps have been taken returning to the root and the source. Better to have been blind and deaf from the beginning. Dwelling in one's true abode, unconcerned with that without, the river flows tranquilly on and the flowers are red. When you reach the ultimate home, when you look back from the very pinnacle of your being, you will realize that there was no need to take so many steps. You will see that the home was always here, right underneath your feet, and you were running all over the world in search of it. The path was not a distance to be traveled. It was just a deep misunderstanding to be dropped. You will think better to have been blind and deaf from the very beginning. If you had been blind and deaf to the fictions of the mind, to the opinions of the crowd, to the conditionings of the society, you would have been home from the very beginning. You wouldn't have wasted millions of lives wandering in the thick, tall grasses of desires, dwelling in one's true abode, unconcerned with that without the river flows tranquilly on and the flowers are red. Look at the river flowing. It is completely true to its own nature. It flows towards the ocean and it doesn't care what is happening on the banks. It remains calm, serene, in deep tranquility, and the flowers are red. The tree is simply happy in being a tree. The red flower is completely delighted in being red. There is no imitation, no comparison, no jealousy. The red flower has never dreamed of becoming a lotus or a marigold. It accepts its suchness, its tathata, totally. The moment you accept yourself exactly as you are, you enter into your true abode. You are no longer separate from the whole. The water is emerald, the mountain is indigo, and you see that which is creating and that which is destroying. You become a simple watcher of the cosmic play of integration and disintegration. One who is not attached to form need not be reformed. You don't try to change anything because everything is already perfect as it is. When you touch this space of absolute naturalness, when you are completely at home with yourself, you don't stay in a cave in the Himalayas forever. The 10th sutra is the ultimate contribution of Zen to the human consciousness in the world. The sutra says, barefooted and naked of breast, I mingle with the people of the world. My clothes are ragged and dust-laden, and I am ever blissful. I use no magic to extend my life. Now before me the trees become alive. This is the completion of the circle. You started in the world. You went into the deep forest to search for the bull. You caught it. You tamed it. You rode it home. You dissolved into nothingness, and then out of that nothingness, you come back to the marketplace. You come back to the world as an ordinary man. You barefooted and naked of breast, mingle with the people of the world. Your clothes may be ragged and dust-laden, but you are ever blissful. You don't try to look extraordinary. You don't pretend to be a saint. You don't use any magic to show your power. You are so ordinary that inside your gate 1,000 sages do not know you. The beauty of your garden is invisible to the mediocre mind. Why should one search for the footprints of the patriarchs? You go to the marketplace with your bottle of wine and you return home with your staff. You visit the wine shop and the market, and everyone you look upon becomes enlightened. This coming back to the marketplace with a bottle of wine, drunk with the divine, is the most beautiful thing possible. You are so free now that you are no longer afraid of the world. If you are still afraid of the world, if you think that by going to the marketplace your meditation will be lost, then your meditation is false. It is just a controlled stillness. A true master lives in the marketplace and remains as silent as the highest peak of the Himalayas. He is in the world, but the world is no longer in him. He walks down the street, he gossips, he laughs, he sells things in the market. He is absolutely ordinary, yet his very look is a transformation. Everyone he looks upon becomes enlightened because his energy is infectious. His bliss is an overflowing torrent that catches anyone who is vulnerable and open. He does not preach, his very being is the sermon. He does not give you doctrines, he gives you a taste of his own divine drunkenness. If you feel this drunkenness vibrating within your own being, if you feel that these words are breaking the walls of your mind and allowing the open sky to enter, you can choose to click the join button right now and become an active participant in this cosmic play. By joining our spiritual family, you help us keep this river of truth flowing to all those who are still lost in the wilderness of illusions. Let this be a loving sharing of your energy, a natural echo of your gratitude. If you wish to support this work further and help us reach more thirsty souls across the world, you can also use the Super Thanks feature to offer a direct gesture of your bliss, or look into our specially crafted ebooks, which can serve as deep companions for your inner pilgrimage. Do it not as a business transaction of the mind, but as a pure overflowing of your heart, a way to ensure that this melody is heard by all those who are ready to awake. Look at the difference between a traditional saint and a Zen master. A traditional saint is very much afraid of the wine shop, very much afraid of the marketplace, very much afraid of women, very much afraid of everything. He has to protect his holiness through walls of discipline. His holiness is very fragile, like a house of playing cards, a small breeze of temptation, and it will fall down and disappear. But a Zen master goes to the wine shop, goes to the marketplace, and he is ever blissful. He uses no magic, he has no ego to show off. Inside his gate, 1,000 sages do not know him, because sages also look for signatures, sages also look for characteristics, sages also have a definition of how a saint should be. But a Zen master has no definition. He is beyond all categories. He is like a child, simple, innocent, unpredictable. To be in the world and yet not of it is the ultimate art of life. And this art can be learned only if you understand that life is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. The mind is always trying to turn everything into a problem. because in solving problems, the mind feels efficient, powerful, important. If you ask the mind, what is life? It will immediately start creating theories, philosophies, explanations. It will turn life into a big riddle. But life is not a riddle. There is no riddle to be solved. Life is simply here, before you. The water is emerald, the mountain is indigo, a rose is a rose is a rose. Look at it directly, without any mediator, without any thought coming in between you and the fact. When you look without the mind, you look through the eyes of a Buddha. Then everything becomes luminous. Everything becomes divine. This direct, unmediated encounter with reality is what I call meditation. Meditation is not a separate activity that you do for 1 hour in the morning and then forget about it for the remaining 24 hours. If you meditate for 1 hour and then remain unconscious for 23 hours, your meditation will be defeated. The unconsciousness will win over it easily. Meditation must become your very style of life. It must become your continuous breath. Whatsoever you are doing, whether you are walking on the street, whether you are eating your food, whether you are talking to a friend, or just sitting silently doing nothing, keep the light of your awareness burning inside. Watch the whole drama of life moving around you on the periphery, but remain completely centered in your own inner silence, in your own true abode. Think of yourself as a spectator in a theater. On the screen, a movie is running. There are tragedies, there are comedies, people are crying, people are laughing, there is love, there is war, there is death. If you get completely involved in the story, you will start crying and laughing with the characters. You will forget that it is just a play of light and shadow on a core white screen. You will lose your identity. This is what you have done with your life. The cosmic movie is running all around you, and you have become so deeply identified with it that you think you are the character on the screen. You think you are the sufferer, you think you are the winner, you think you are the loser. Meditation means to sit back in your seat, relax, and remember that it is just a movie. Watch the screen. The movie is there, the characters are there, but you are in your seat, aloof, unconcerned, a pure witness. The moment you become a witness, the whole grip of the movie over you disappears. You can enjoy the movie, you can delight in it, but it can no longer make you miserable. This witnessing soul is what is eternal in you. It never dies, it was never born. It is the very fabric of existence. When Vipassana is on her deathbed, Her body is disintegrating. Her breathing is failing. Her physical form is disappearing. But her consciousness, if she is aware, remains completely untouched. She can watch her own body dying. She can watch her own breath failing. She can remain a spectator to her own death. If you can watch your own death without any fear, without any resistance, in total acceptance, death is no longer death. It becomes a great door into the divine. It becomes a beautiful unburdening. You drop the old, worn-out clothes and you enter into a new house with fresh energy. There is no fear because you have come to know that you are not the clothes. You are the one who wears them. So when you sit by the side of someone who is dying, don't waste your energy in feeling sorry, in crying and weeping. Use that opportunity to become aware of your own mortality. Let death surround you. Let the silence of death permeate your heart. Feel your own helplessness, your own total impotence against the cosmic flow. In that very helplessness, your ego will dissolve, because the ego can exist only when you think you can do something, when you think you are in control. When you see clearly that you cannot do anything, that you are absolutely powerless against the universal rhythm, the ego falls dead, and a profound prayer arises out of your nothingness. That prayer is true. It needs no words. It is just a silent bowing down to the total, an absolute surrender to the divine will. Remember, my effort here is to create an absolute unity within you. I don't want you to become half-hearted. If you are in the world, be in the world totally, but with full awareness. Don't be a divided being. Don't listen to me from the head and then go on doing just the opposite on the periphery, creating guilt and conflict within your soul. If you understand me, let that understanding sink deep into your guts. Let it become your very blood and bones. Then you will see that you don't have to make any effort to practice it. It will practice itself through you. You will become a natural, spontaneous flow of energy. You will be like the water that is emerald, like the mountain that is indigo. You will be red like the red flower, completely delighted in your own natural suchness. Onward you go, no matter who may wish to call you back. The old world will call you back. The old desires will try to haunt you. The old fictions will try to pull you back to the periphery. But once you have caught a glimpse of the bull, once you have discovered the footprints, once you have mounted the bull and reached home, no force in the world can make you a slave again. Your freedom has become absolute. You are an individual, indivisible, whole, uncorrupted virgin. You move in the world. You mingle with the people of the world. Your clothes may be ragged and dust laden, but you carry the ultimate treasure within your heart. You are ever blissful, a white cloud floating in the sky of eternity, a master of your own destiny, completely one with the cosmic play. Every moment of your life then becomes an orgasmic flow of energy. You don't look for reasons to be happy. Your very existence is the happiness. You don't wait for tomorrow. Your eternity is right now, in this very breath. Share this bliss with everyone you look upon, because that is the only way to keep it fresh and alive. The more you give, the more you are given by the infinite springs of existence. Be a spendthrift with your joy, overflow in all directions, and let your life become a beautiful, endless song of celebration. The dawn has come, the night is over, and the full moon is shining high in the vast sky of your consciousness. Come in, the door is open, and the host is waiting for you. And once you step across that threshold, once you accept the invitation of the host, you suddenly see that the host and the guest are not two separate entities. The separation was only an illusion created by the doorway, created by your mind, standing outside and waiting. In that ultimate space of entering, you vanish completely. You don't enter the house as an independent traveler who can come and go. You simply dissolve into the space of the house itself. This is what transcendence means. Moving completely beyond the boundaries of the mind, beyond the frantic limitations of the ego, and realizing that you are neither this physical body nor the subtle thoughts that pass through your head. The mind cannot understand this, because the mind lives by boundaries, by categories, by definitions. The mind always wants to know where it stands, what its territory is, and who the enemy is. But when you step into the boundless sky of your true nature, all territories disappear. The walls melt away, the ceiling vanishes, and you are left facing an infinite expanse of pure being. You must drop this frantic habit of asking why. The why is the primary weapon of the mind to keep you trapped in the horizontal dimension of time. Whenever you ask why, you are asking for a cause. You are asking for an explanation. You are asking for a theory. You want to push the reality into a neat, logical system. But existence is completely unphilosophical. It has no theories. It has no hypotheses. It has no explanations. It simply is. Look at the sky. It doesn't give you any explanation for its blue color. Look at the rose. It doesn't give you a logical reason for its fragrance. The fact is enough. but the mind cannot remain content with the fact. The mind is an inquiry manufacturing machine. It can turn anything into a problem. If I give you an answer to your question, your mind will immediately take that answer and create 10 new questions out of it. Solar, the chain is endless, and philosophers have been running along this chain for thousands of years, reaching nowhere. They have heard great arguments about it and about, but they always come out by the same door as in they went. They remain in the same darkness. Only their vocabulary becomes more decorated. Their information becomes heavier. They become rich in words but completely poor in experience. Religion is not an inquiry for ultimate answers. It is a total drop of all questions. When your questioning stops completely, not because you have found an answer, but because you have seen the absolute futility of the why, then the truth happens to you. The answer comes not as a verbal formula but as a lived experience. It is a revelation of your own life energy. It is an inner bloom, an explosion of light that silences the mind entirely. But to reach that silence, you must confront the deepest, most deep-rooted fear within your unconscious mind, the fear of death. Why are you so afraid of death? Have you ever pondered over it? You are afraid of death not because death is something evil or painful, but because you have not lived your life yet. The fear of death is always a symptom of an unlived life. If you have lived your life totally, passionately, intensely, if you have tasted each moment to its core, if your life has been a continuous celebration, then when death comes, you will welcome it like a beautiful guest. You will be ready to explore this new mystery also. You will not cling to the old clothes. Because you have used them completely, you have fulfilled their purpose. But you have not lived. You have only postponed your life into the future. Your happiness is always tomorrow. Your love is always tomorrow. Your meditation is always tomorrow. You go on preparing to live, but you never live. And then, suddenly, death appears on the horizon. The mind becomes terrified because it sees that the time is running out and the tomorrow you were waiting for is never going to come. Death is the only absolute certainty in life, yet it is the only thing we try to hide from ourselves. We behave as if we are going to live here forever. We build houses of stone as if they are eternal. We accumulate wealth as if it can be carried beyond the grave. This is a deep state of hypnosis. We are sleepwalkers, moving through our lives with closed eyes, surrounded by our own beautiful fictions. And when someone dies in our neighborhood, we quickly go to the cemetery, we burn the body, we come back and we start living our old sleepwalking life again. We think death has happened to someone else. It has nothing to do with us. We feel a little sorry for the dead person, but we never allow that death to shake our own inner fictions. Let this death become a great pointer for you. When you sit by the side of someone who is leaving the body, don't just stand there as an onlooker. Let the coldness of death touch your own heart. Let the realization sink deep into your guts that you are also on your deathbed, that your time is also passing, that your breath is also a limited gift given by the universe. In that very encounter with death, when you see your total helplessness, your absolute impotence against the cosmic current, your ego will begin to crack. The ego can live only when you think you are in control, when you think you are the master of your future, when you see clearly that you cannot do anything, that you cannot even save the person you love from disappearing into the void, the mind falls silent. It can no longer speculate. It can no longer calculate. A sudden deep pause happens within your consciousness. And in that pause, the truth is revealed to you. You see that that which dies is only the form, the body, the accumulated past, the layers of the onion. But that which watches the death, that which remains as a pure, silent witness behind all the integration and disintegration, is eternal. It knows no death because it was never born. It is the very fabric of existence itself. When this realization starts penetrating your being, you naturally want to remain close to this space of pure, uncorrupted awareness. Those who feel a deep, silent calling to protect and share this light can choose to click the join button right now, becoming a living part of this inner circle of seekers. By entering this communion, you help us keep this river of truth flowing to all those dark valleys of the world where people are still stumbling in their sleep, terrified of death, running after empty illusions. Let this action arise not as a formal duty, but as a pure overflowing of your heart, a natural sharing of your energy. If you want to support this work further and help us bring these insights to more people across the globe, you can also use the Super Thanks feature to offer a direct gesture of your gratitude, or look into our ebooks, which are designed to be quiet, deep companions on your inner pilgrimage. Do it not as a bargain of the mind, but as a celebration of the fact that we are exploring the deepest mysteries of life and death together, hand in hand with the divine play. You must see that your separate identity is nothing but a false projection of the mind. It is like the story of the snake and the rope. You are walking on a dark path in the evening, and suddenly you see a snake lying across the road. You become terrified, your heart starts beating fast, your blood circulates at rocket speed, your whole body prepares to run away or fight. The fear is real, the trembling is real, the sweat on your forehead is real. But then someone brings a lamp, a light is thrown on the path, and you look closely, and you see that there is no snake at all. It was just an ordinary piece of rope lying on the ground. The snake disappears immediately. Now, where has the snake gone? Did it run away into the bushes? Did it hide somewhere in the grass? No, it has gone nowhere because it was never there in the first place. It was just a projection of your mind onto the rope because of the darkness. The light did not kill the snake. The light only revealed the rope as a rope, and in that very revelation, the illusion of the snake evaporated. Your ego is exactly like that snake. It has no substantial reality of its own. It is just a projection of your unconsciousness onto the pure rope of your being because of the darkness of your mind. You think you are a separate individual. You think you are an ego. You think you are a husband, a wife, a doctor, a rich man, a saint, a sinner. These are all fictions projected onto the blank screen of your consciousness. When the light of awareness arises through the great inquiry, you look within and you see that the ego is nowhere to be found. You don't have to drop it, you don't have to fight with it, you don't have to take a vow of egolessness. It simply disappears when the light is brought in. You find that you are a wide, vacant space, a pure nothingness, a great shunya, and that shunya cannot be destroyed by death, because how can you destroy nothingness? If you are something, you can be broken, you can be burnt, you can be killed. But if you are nothing, you are immortal. You have become the sky itself. The mind is always afraid of this nothingness, because for the mind, nothingness looks like non-existence, looks like a void. But for Tantra, this nothingness is the very fullness of life. It is the eighth bull of Zen, where the whip, the rope, the person and the bull all merge into no thing. This heaven is so vast that no message can stain it. How may a snowflake exist in a raging fire? When you are in that raging fire of pure awareness, your small separate identity melts away like a snowflake. You are no longer there as an ego. You are there as the total universe itself. You are one with the trees, one with the stars, one with the endless rhythm of existence. Then there is no longer any question of right and wrong, of good and bad, because all divisions are transcended. You don't live according to rules, you don't live according to an imposed morality, you live out of your own spontaneous nature. You become like a child, innocent, pure, uncorrupted, but with the great wisdom of a sage who has passed through all the illusions and come back home. Look at how much energy you waste in maintaining your false self-image. You are constantly acting, pretending, projecting a facade so that others can think well of you. You want people to think you are a good man, a virtuous man, a religious man. And to maintain this impression, you suppress your anger, you hide your greed, you feel guilty about your sexuality, you create a deep split within your own soul. You become a house divided against itself. And that inner division is the source of all your anxiety, your tension, your madness. You live in a cold war with your own nature. Tantra says, drop all this hypocrisy. Accept your nature totally. If anger arises, don't say it is bad. Don't try to suppress it. Don't run away from it into some other direction. Simply look at it as a raw, primal energy arising within the laboratory of your body. Watch it without any judgment. No, let the fire of anger be there. Let it flare up in your body, but you remain an observer on the hill. Don't become identified with it. Don't say, I am angry. Say, anger is moving on the screen of my mind, and I am the watcher. The moment you create this small gap of witnessing, the energy is no longer fed by your unconsciousness. It cannot move outwards to destroy. It transforms withinwards. The very same energy that would have become an ugly explosion of rage melts and becomes a beautiful shower of compassion. This alchemy of transformation is possible only through total acceptance. If you condemn your nature, you can never transform it, because through condemnation you close the door of understanding. If a child does something wrong and you immediately beat him and throw him into a dark room, you will never be able to understand why he did it in the first place. You have broken the communication. You must accept your animality before you can go beyond it. You are an animal. Your body has passed through millions of lives, through many animal forms before reaching this human state. The cells of your body carry the memory of the whole biological evolution. Your sexuality, your anger, your greed are all animal heritages. They are perfectly natural. Don't deny them. Don't be ashamed of them. Don't try to hide them under beautiful religious labels. Accept your animality totally, and in that very acceptance, you transcend the animal, because no animal can know that it is an animal. A lion is a lion, but he is not aware of his lionness. A dog is a dog, but he has no idea of his dogness. Only a human being can become aware of his animality. And the moment you become aware of it, you have already stepped out of it. Your awareness is something that transcends all animal nature. It belongs to the divine. So when you are here with me, remember that I am not here to give you a character certificate. I am not here to make you moral according to the standards of the society. I don't care about your social formalities and your legalistic rules. I am concerned with your consciousness, with your being. I want you to become whole, integrated, one. I want to remove all your inner divisions so that you can breathe naturally, love naturally, live naturally. My dynamic meditations are nothing but methods of catharsis, ways to pull out all the suppressed filth, all the volcanoes of rage and lust that you have been hiding inside for lives together. Cry, scream, dance, laugh. Let the madness come out in its totality. Don't hold back. Don't be civilized in the meditation hall. Let your whole body become a flame of expression. When the madness is completely thrown out, when the volcano has erupted and cooled down, you will find yourself in a state of profound silence, a deep, weightless serenity that you have never known before. For the first time, you will feel that gravity has lost its hold on you, and the sky of grace is pulling you upwards. This state of grace is your true abode. It is the place where the river flows tranquilly on, and the flowers are red. When you are in your true abode, you are unconcerned with that without. Not that you become indifferent to the world, no. Indifference is negative. It is a slow suicide. Indifference means you are afraid of the world, so you have wrapped yourself in a cold blanket of unconcern to protect yourself. A truly religious man is not indifferent. He is intensely alive, passionate, and sensitive to everything. But he is unconcerned in the sense that his happiness no longer depends on the outside world. He doesn't look for validation from others. He doesn't care about gain and loss. He doesn't live through mirrors. He is so rooted in his own inner fullness that he is enough unto himself. He flows like a river, true to his own nature, undistracted by what is happening on the banks. If the world praises him, it is okay. If the world condemns him, it is okay. The praise and the condemnation are just reflections in others' eyes. They don't touch his reality at all. He remains serene, centered in his own blissful repose. To reach this state of total non-division, you must learn the art of dropping the horizontal search and moving into the vertical dimension of the now. All your desires are horizontal. They are always about tomorrow. about somewhere else, about someone else. You are always running on a straight line, trying to achieve a goal that is always receding like the horizon. This running is your bondage. This running is your misery. Meditation means to stop running completely. Just sit down. Don't do anything. No action, no movement, no thought. Just be present in this very breath, in this very moment. When you are totally here and now, the horizontal line of time is cut by the vertical line of eternity. You are thrown out of history, out of tradition, out of society, into the vast, trackless ocean of pure existence. In that moment, you realize that the bull has never been lost, that the home has never been left behind, that the truth has always been clear from the very beginning. You laugh at your own long journey. You laugh at all the steps you have taken, because you see that you were already there where you wanted to reach. This is the peak of the great inquiry, to come to a point where the questioner himself is found to be a fiction. You were searching for the soul, you were searching for the true self, and suddenly you see that there is no separate self at all, there is only the whole, only the total cosmic energy functioning through you. You are like a wave in the ocean. The wave thinks it is separate from the ocean. It fights with other waves. It wants to become the biggest wave. It is afraid of dying when it nears the shore. But if the wave looks deep into itself, it realizes that it is nothing but the ocean itself, that its rising and falling are just temporary forms of the ocean's dynamic movement. When the wave understands this, all fear of death disappears. It doesn't care whether it rises high or falls down. Either way, it remains the ocean. When you transcend your ego, you become the ocean. You are no longer a tiny, separate, miserable wave. You are the vast, infinite expanse of existence itself. So when you open your journal to record your ideas and thoughts, and instead of words you find only a blank page, don't be worried. Don't start drawing little pictures to fill the void. The blank page is the reflection of your own inner sky. It is the footprint of the patriarchs, the mark of nothingness entering your life. Stare at the blank page. Let your mind dissolve into its whiteness. Become as blank as the page itself. Let the two nothingnesses meet and merge. In that very encounter, you will touch the energyless, energy-filled center where all questions are answered without a single word being spoken. You will realize your true nature, which is eternal, timeless, and ever blissful. You will become a lotus flower blooming in the mud of the world, untouched by the water, releasing your divine fragrance to the winds of eternity. Onward you go, no matter who may wish to call you back. The old fictions can no longer trap you because you have seen the rope as a rope. The snake has disappeared forever. You are free, whole, and integrated, a true individual, completely one with the endless, beautiful song of cosmic celebration. And when you are completely one with the cosmic play, the very idea of maintaining a separate identity becomes the most absurd thing possible. You have arrived at the marketplace, but you are no longer the same person who left it. You have gone through the ultimate fire of dissolution. You have died to the past. You have dropped the rope and the whip, and you have realized that the home was never lost. Now the circle is complete. You walk back into the ordinary world, but you carry an extraordinary consciousness within your heart. You are in the world, but the world is no longer in you. This coming back to the valley, this returning to the ordinary marketplace of life, is the most profound peak of spiritual maturity. Many seekers get stuck on the eighth step, the step of absolute emptiness, where everything has disappeared and only a wide, vacant shunya remains. It is beautiful, it is peaceful, it is cool like the snow on the Himalayan peaks. But that silence is still negative. It is an escape from life. The ultimate perfection is to come down from the mountain top and blend so completely with the crowd that nobody can even recognize that a Buddha is walking among them. The traditional concept of holiness is deeply crippled because it is rooted in fear. Your so-called saints are always hiding themselves behind the walls of their monasteries and ashrams, terrified that if they come to the marketplace, if they touch a woman, if they look at money, their holiness will be corrupted. Their purity is artificial, forced, and fragile. But the purity of a Zen master, the purity of a truly awakened being, is absolute. It is like the sky. Clouds come and go, but they cannot stain the sky. You can throw dirt at the sky, but the dirt will fall back on your own face. The sky remains completely uncorrupted. When you reach this state of total non-division, you are no longer afraid of the marketplace. You can go to the wine shop, you can mingle with gamblers, thieves, and ordinary woodchoppers, and your inner silence remains completely undisturbed. In fact, you become a source of transformation for them. Your very presence becomes a light in their darkness. The 10th bull of Zen represents this ultimate state of being in the world. The sutra says, "Barefooted and naked of breast, I mingle with the people of the world. My clothes are ragged and dust laden, and I am ever blissful. I use no magic to extend my life. Now, before me, the trees become alive. Inside my gate, 1,000 sages do not know me. The beauty of my garden is invisible. Why should one search for the footprints of the patriarchs? I go to the marketplace with my bottle and return home with my staff. I visit the wine shop and the market, and everyone I look upon becomes enlightened. This bottle of wine that the Master carries is a beautiful metaphor. It is not ordinary wine made of grapes. It is the wine of the divine. He is drunk with existence itself. He doesn't need any external chemical to become intoxicated. His very breath is an intoxication. He is drunk with the beauty of the trees, drunk with the vastness of the sky, drunk with the simple fact that he is alive and breathing here now. And because he is so totally overflowing with this divine drunkenness, anyone who looks into his eyes catches the infection. He becomes a catalytic agent. His bliss is a torrent that flows in all directions, washing away the miseries of everyone who comes close to him. Look at the extraordinary simplicity of this state. The Master doesn't carry a sign saying, "I am enlightened." He doesn't claim any special status. He doesn't want to be put on a high pedestal to be worshipped by the crowd. He becomes absolutely ordinary. The desire to look extraordinary is the last trick of the ego to protect itself. When you are a politician, you want to be at the top of the world. When you are a rich man, you want to have the biggest mansion. And when you become a spiritual seeker, you want to be known as the greatest saint, the most detached, the most pious. This is the same ego trip, only the label has changed. But when you are truly awakened, the ego is no more there. So there is nobody left to claim any greatness. You become a total nobody. You are like a vacant space walking down the street. And because you are a nobody, nobody can defeat you, nobody can hurt you, nobody can insult you. To insult you, there must be a solid ego inside you to receive the insult. If you are empty like a room, someone can come and abuse the room, but the abuse will just pass through the empty space and disappear. The room will remain unaffected. This state of absolute ordinariness is what I want to teach you. I don't want you to become extraordinary saints according to the standards of the old dead religions. I want you to become ordinary, natural human beings who are capable of laughing, dancing, and enjoying life to its very core. When you sit with me, when you open your heart to my presence, a deep communion happens. You begin to feel the rhythm of my heart. You begin to throb with my energy. and a silent transformation is initiated within your being. This space we are creating together, this beautiful community of seekers, is a rare laboratory for the soul. It is a living temple where we are learning the art of total acceptance and spontaneous living. When you feel this vision transforming your life, when you see that your old anxieties and fears are melting away like snow in the morning sun, a natural desire arises in your heart to protect this flame, to ensure that this sacred river of consciousness continues to flow and reach millions of people across the earth who are still crying in the dark prisons of their minds. Those who feel a deep, loving resonance with this stream of truth can choose to click the join button right now, entering into a formal commitment with this family of the divine. By becoming a member, you help us expand this field of awareness. You become a pillar of this living temple. Let this action arise not out of a formal duty, but as a pure overflowing of your gratitude, a natural desire to share your energy with the whole universe. And if you wish to support this work further, to offer a direct gesture of your bliss, you can use the Super Thanks feature to contribute to this flow, or dive deep into the hidden layers of wisdom through our specially designed digital ebooks. These books are not meant to give you information. They are quiet companions for your inner pilgrimage, keys to unlock the secret doors of your own awareness. Do it as a celebration, as an act of love, because the more you give your energy to the divine, the more the infinite springs of existence refill you with fresh, eternal vitality. The world you live in is not a real world. It is a world created by your own mind, a world of projections and fictions. You look at a person and you think you see the person, but you only see your own ideas and interpretations about him. You are always living in the past or in the future, and because of this, you miss the only reality that is always present. Look at the trees. They don't have any past, they don't have any future. They are simply here, rooted in the earth, open to the sky, dancing with the wind. They live at the maximum level of their energy. But man lives at the minimum level because his energy is continuously being dissipated in horizontal running. You are always thinking about what is going to happen tomorrow, how you will secure your life, how you will achieve your desires. This constant anxiety makes you tight, rigid, and frozen. You become like a block of ice, unable to flow. Meditation is nothing but the melting of this ice. It is an inner warming through the fire of awareness. When you sit silently and watch your mind without any judgment, the heat of your watching starts melting the frozen blocks of your suppressed emotions. Your anger, your lust, your greed, your fears, they all start melting and turning into a liquid flow. And when you become liquid, you become a river. You start moving naturally towards the ocean. You don't have to plan the journey. You don't need a map. You don't need any rules to guide you. The very flow of the river will find its own way to the ocean. The river doesn't ask for directions from anyone. It simply trusts its own nature and moves on. This trust in your own spontaneous nature is what Tantra calls the ultimate law, the Sanatana Dharma. But the society is deeply afraid of spontaneous people. The society wants you to be predictable because a predictable person can be easily controlled. The politician needs predictable voters. The priest needs predictable followers. The factory owner needs predictable laborers. If you are spontaneous, you are unpredictable. Nobody knows what you are going to do in the next moment. You become a danger to the status quo. You cannot be easily exploited. So from the very childhood, the society starts destroying your spontaneity. It replaces your natural awareness with an artificial moral code, a ready-made conscience. It tells you what is right and what is wrong, and it forces you to follow these rules through the mechanism of fear and guilt. If you go against the rules, you are told you will go to hell. If you follow the rules, you are promised a beautiful heaven in the future. This conditioning makes you an artificial, phony being. You lose all contact with your inner source of life. The great inquiry means to look through this whole social game and drop it completely. It means to realize that your conscience is not yours. It has been given to you by others to keep you in bondage. You must move from conscience to consciousness. Consciousness is your own. It is born out of your own inner light. It doesn't live by fixed rules. It lives by moment-to-moment sensitivity. A man of consciousness doesn't have a blueprint for how to act. When a situation arises, his awareness reflects the situation, and out of that reflection, the response comes spontaneously. His action is fresh, alive, and true to the moment. He doesn't carry a hangover from the past, and he doesn't have an expectation for the future. He lives out of his own true abode. When you live out of your true abode, you are no longer a part of the horizontal rat race. You stop competing with others because you have realized your own unique individuality. You see that comparison is absolutely foolish. How can you compare a rose with a lotus? Both are beautiful, both are unique expressions of the divine energy. If the rose tries to become a lotus, it will become a neurotic rose, miserable and ugly. This is what has happened to humanity. Everybody is trying to become somebody else. The poor man wants to be rich, the ugly wants to be beautiful, the ignorant wants to look wise, and the worldly man wants to become a saint. Nobody is content with what he is here now. This discontentment is the very food on which your ego feeds itself. The ego lives through the gap between what you are and what you want to be. The moment you accept yourself totally as you are, the gap disappears. And with the disappearance of the gap, the ego falls dead. You are thrown back to your center, to your hara, where the eternal springs of life are continuously bubbling. This returning to the source is not a dry philosophical achievement. It is a deeply festive phenomenon. When you reach the source, you sing the song of the village woodsman, and you play the beautiful tunes of the children. You become simple, innocent, and full of joy. You look at the clouds above, and onward you go, no matter who may wish to call you back. The old voices will try to call you back. Your old mind will say, "What are you doing? You are becoming a nobody. People will think you have gone crazy. Come back to the old world of money, power, and prestige." But once you have tasted the divine wine, once you have known the beauty of your own inner sky, these old voices lose all their power over you. They sound like distant, meaningless noises. You go on your path smiling, dancing, ever blissful. This coming back to the marketplace as an ordinary man is the ultimate proof of your realization. If you are still hiding in a cave, if you are still afraid of the crowd, then you are not yet a master. You are still a slave to your own discipline. A true master walks barefooted and naked of breast through the dust of the world, and yet his inner flame continues to burn with absolute purity. He carries a bottle of wine, he is drunk with the divine, and he returns home with his staff. He visits the wine shop and the market, and everyone he looks upon becomes enlightened. Why does everyone he looks upon become enlightened? Because his look is not an ordinary look. It is a look of absolute love, absolute acceptance, absolute awareness. When he looks at you, he doesn't see your masks, he doesn't see your clothes, he doesn't see your social status. He looks directly into your innermost core, and he sees the Buddha hidden inside you. His look acts like a mirror that reflects your original face. Suddenly, you are shaken out of your long sleep. Your fictions collapse, and you realize who you are. So when you come to me with your problems, with your anxieties, with your questions about life purpose and soul contracts, I look at you and I laugh at the ridiculousness of your situation. You are an emperor dreaming that you are a beggar. and you are asking me how to become a rich beggar. I am not going to answer your questions because your questions are born out of your sleep, out of your hypnosis. I want to wake you up. I want to shake you so deeply that your dream breaks completely. I want you to see that you don't need any purpose. You don't need any contract. You don't need any destination. Your very existence here now is the destination. You are already in the kingdom of God, but you are looking somewhere else on the horizon, and that's why you are missing it. Stop looking at the horizon. Look right here, under your feet. The ground you are standing on is sacred. The breath you are taking right now is the divine energy pulsating in you. This shift of focus from the outside to the inside is the whole art of meditation. And it is very simple. It is the simplest thing possible because it requires no effort, no arrangement, no time. You can do it right this moment as you are sitting here listening to me. Just relax your body. Let your breathing become natural, slow, and deep. Drop all your thoughts about the past and the future. Forget about who you are in the outside world, your name, your address, your profession, your worries. Just become a pure presence, a silent witness to this very moment. Listen to the birds singing outside. Listen to the rustling of the leaves in the wind. Listen to the silent hum of your own inner energy. Don't verbalize. Don't say it is beautiful or ugly. Don't make any comment. Just be a mirror, reflecting whatsoever is present here now. In that pure, choiceless mirroring, you will feel a sudden weightlessness arising in your being. You will feel that the gravity of the world has lost its hold on you. You are being pulled upwards by the silent force of grace. This weightlessness is your true nature. You are not a body. You are a consciousness that lives in the body. You are not a mind. You are the light that illuminates the mind. When the identification with the body and the mind is broken through pure witnessing, you realize that you are an eternal, deathless being. Death can take away the body. Death can dissolve the mind, but it cannot touch you. You have always been here, and you will always be here. You are part of this infinite, endless cosmic play. When this certainty dawns upon you, all fear disappears entirely. You are no longer afraid of dying. You are no longer afraid of losing anything because you have found the ultimate treasure that can never be taken away from you. You have found your true abode. Astride the bull, you reach home. You are serene, and the bull too can rest. The dawn has come. The long dark night of your ignorance is over. Within your thatched dwelling, in the deep silence of your heart, you have abandoned the whip and the rope. No more awareness as an effort, no more discipline as a forced rule. You live spontaneously, naturally, like the river that flows tranquilly on, like the flowers that are red. You don't try to reform yourself because you have seen that everything is already perfect. You don't seek any state of enlightenment, and you don't remain where no enlightenment exists. You linger in neither condition. You have become an absolute nothingness, a vast shunya, and yet you are full of cosmic life. If hundreds of birds strew your path with flowers, such praise would be completely meaningless to you, because you are no longer an ego seeking validation. You are the whole universe itself. So don't be half-hearted in your search. Half-heartedness is a misery. If you want to seek, put your whole being into it. Let your whole life become a burning fire of inquiry. Don't be afraid of the danger. Don't be afraid of the risks. Because the greatest danger in life is to live a safe, comfortable, mediocre life of a sleepwalker. That is a slow death. Come out of your safe prisons. Take the risk of being individual. Take the risk of making your own decisions. Take the risk of being spontaneous. Even if you err, even if you go astray, it is perfectly good, because through your errors you will learn. Through your falls you will gather strength to stand up again. Life is a trial and error. There is no other way to mature. Don't follow ready-made paths created by others. Create your own path by walking it. And remember always, I am not here to give you a new imprisonment, a new set of rules to follow. I am here to make you totally free, free from everything, even free from me. My sannyas is not a traditional fold. It is a declaration of your absolute freedom. It is an invitation to drop all your masks, all your clothes, all your fictions, and to stand naked and virgin before the divine existence. When you are ready to take this jump, when you are ready to stake everything for the truth, then the miracle happens. In a single moment, the whole struggle is over. Gain and loss are totally assimilated, and you find yourself back in the marketplace, ordinary, simple, innocent, yet drunk with the divine wine, ever blissful, directing the endless, beautiful rhythm of cosmic celebration. Every day you live after this realization will be a new birth, a fresh adventure. You will not carry the dust of yesterday, and you will not worry about the tomorrow. Each moment will be a complete fulfillment in itself. You will walk on the earth, but you will feel you are flying in the sky. You will look at people, and your very look will be a healing force, a source of love and light. You will become a lotus flower blooming in the marketplace, untouched by the noise, untouched by the mud, releasing your divine fragrance to the winds of eternity. This is the goal of your life, not a purpose to be achieved, but a mystery to be lived and celebrated here now. Come in, the door is open, the full moon is high in the sky, and the host is waiting for you to join the eternal dance of bliss. Look at the clouds above. Onward you go, no matter who may wish to call you back. The old voices will fade away, the old chains will break, and you will find yourself moving in absolute freedom towards the infinite depths of your own being. Let this melody sink deep into your heart. Let it transform your blood and bones until all your inner divisions are melted away and only the pure, uncorrupted light of your being remains. You are the truth, you are the freedom, you are the bliss. Just recognize it, remember it, and start living it from this very moment. The universe is celebrating your presence. Join the celebration and be ever blissful. The brisk, this return to the world is not a step backward. It is the ultimate fulfillment of your inner growth. If your meditation does not bring you back to the marketplace with open hands and an overflowing heart, then your meditation is still hiding an egoistic desire for personal salvation. True salvation is when you realize that you are not separate from others, that your brother's misery is your misery, that your sister's tears are your tears. Out of that non-dual realization, compassion arises naturally. You cannot remain silent in your own bliss while the whole world is stumbling in deep darkness. You have to come back to show them the path, to share your light with them, to help them wake up from their long, painful nightmares. You become a bodhisattva, a vehicle for the divine grace to flow into the world. So don't be afraid of the marketplace. Go barefooted and naked of breast, mingle with the people, let your clothes be ragged and dust-laden, but keep your inner sanctuary absolutely untouched. Live in the world like an actor in a play. Play your role beautifully, totally, with all your energy, but never forget that it is just a role, a temporary form on the screen of eternity. When the curtain falls, the role disappears, and you remain as you have always been, a pure, silent, deathless consciousness. This is the message of the 10 bulls. the rare pilgrimage from the world back to the world, completing the beautiful circle of life and death. Live it, celebrate it, and let your very existence become an endless song of divine joy. The dawn has come, the night is over, and the path is clear before you. There is no need to wait, no need to postpone. Take the jump into your own inner abyss right now and discover the boundless treasures that are already yours. You are the king of your own eternal palace. Drop the begging bowl of the mind and claim your kingdom. Live like a god, love like a god, and let your whole life become a festive play of the divine energy. The universe is waiting for you to awake. Open your eyes. See the footprints under your feet and enter into your true abode. This inner integration will naturally direct your footsteps towards the highest pinnacle of reality. You will no longer find any distinction between the sacred and the profane, because for you, everything will become holy. The marketplace will become your temple. The wine shop will become your mosque, and every ordinary human being you encounter will become a manifestation of the divine. This is the ultimate vision of Tantra, where all dualities are melted into a single ocean-like flow of cosmic energy. Live in this non-division, breathe in this innocence, and let your life become an overflowing torrent of bliss that cleanses the whole world. Onward you go, astride the bull, with the flute of your awareness intoning through the evening. The melody is sweet, the rhythm is endless, and the whole universe is walking with you. You are no longer alone, because you have found that your aloneness is the very being of the total existence. Trust it, float with it, and let the river of your life flow tranquilly on towards the vast, boundless ocean of eternity. The goal is reached, the source is found, and you are home at last, ever blissful, ever radiant, completely one with the divine play. And when your existence becomes an endless song of divine joy, you have reached the absolute completion of the circle. This is the synthesis of everything we have been exploring together on this deep inner pilgrimage. The ultimate flow is not a state of static perfection where you become like a marble statue in a temple. The ultimate flow means you become completely liquid, moving, dynamic, yet anchored in a profound stillness that nothing can disturb. You have traveled through the wild forest of your desires. You have caught the bull of your life energy. You have tamed it. You have ridden it back to your source. You have completely dissolved into the vast, vacant nothingness of the eighth bull. And now you are back in the ordinary world, sitting in the wine shop, walking down the crowded streets of the marketplace, completely ordinary, yet completely transformed. You live as a lotus flower, rooted deep in the mud of the world, yet blooming beautifully above the water, completely untouched by it, releasing your divine fragrance to the winds of eternity. This is the state of being beyond all categories. The world can categorize a sinner, and the world can categorize a saint. The world has neat boxes and files for everyone. But a truly awakened being cannot be put into any category because he is neither a saint nor a sinner, neither worldly nor otherworldly, neither a materialist nor a spiritualist. He has gone completely beyond logic, beyond all the divisions created by the human mind. He is simply himself, spontaneous, natural, innocent, like a child. He does not live according to a script. He does not live according to an old conditioning or a future plan. He lives moment to moment, responding to reality as it is with absolute clarity. If you can understand this ultimate freedom, you have understood the very essence of my sannyas. It is a declaration of your absolute independence, a total drop of all your masks, an invitation to enter into the cosmic rhythm here now. As we come to this final synthesis of our journey together, it is beautiful to reflect on how much we have shared. If this stream of truth has touched your heart, if it has opened some closed windows within your soul and allowed the fresh breeze of eternity to enter, take a moment right now to leave your deepest thoughts in the comments below. Your words are a reflection of your own inner awakening. Remember to subscribe to this channel, like this video, and share it with all those fellow travelers who are still stumbling in the dark wilderness of their minds. Let these actions arise not as a mechanical routine, but as a loving, creative sharing of your energy. And if you feel an overflowing gratitude towards this temple of consciousness, if you want to support this work and become an active pillar of our family, you can choose to click the join button right now, entering into a deep, formal commitment with us. Your presence as a member helps us expand this field of awareness across the earth. Even a direct gesture of your bliss through the Super Thanks feature ensures that this light is never lost, that this living river continues to wash away the miseries of millions of thirsty souls. Let us understand the deep mystery of integration and disintegration. Life is a constant process of forms arising and forms disappearing. A wave arises in the ocean, it becomes integrated into a distinct form, it dances for a moment on the surface, and then it disintegrates and falls back into the source. If you are attached to the form of the wave, you will scream and cry when it disappears. You will feel that death has conquered life. But if you are not attached to the form, if you can see that the wave is nothing but the ocean itself, you will remain poised in silence, watching the integration and disintegration with absolute calm. One who is not attached to form need not be reformed. You don't try to change anything. You don't try to fix anything, because you see that the whole is perfectly directing the play. The water is emerald, the mountain is indigo, and you see that which is creating and that which is destroying as two hands of the same divine energy. This deep insight changes your entire perspective about life and death. You see that death is not the enemy of life. Death is the very friend that cleanses you, unburdens you, and makes you fresh again. When a tree becomes old, its leaves become dry and yellow, unable to breathe. Then a strong wind comes, and the old leaves fall down into the earth. The tree looks naked, dead, but underneath that nakedness, fresh new sprouts are already preparing to come out. Within a few weeks, the tree is green again, full of youth and vitality. Death did not kill the tree. Death only relieved it of the old, worn-out forms so that the new could be born. Your life is exactly like that tree. Lives come and go. Bodies are born and bodies disintegrate. Minds are formed and minds dissolve. But you remain as the eternal witness, the eternal thread that runs through all these changing forms. Once you are centered in this witnessing consciousness, you don't escape from the world to hide in a secluded cave forever. If you stay in the cave because you are afraid that the marketplace will disturb your silence, then your silence is false. It is just a forced discipline, a tight rope that you are holding on to out of fear. A true master comes back to the marketplace barefooted and naked of breast, dust laden and ragged, but ever blissful. He uses no magic. He has no ego to show off. He doesn't want to be recognized as a great saint. He is so ordinary that inside his gate 1,000 sages do not know him, because sages also look for characteristics. Sages also have a definition of how a holy man should behave. But a Zen master has no definition. He has completely bypassed all rules. He goes to the wine shop with his bottle and returns home with his staff. He is drunk with the divine wine of existence, and everyone he looks upon becomes enlightened, because his look is a transfer of pure, uncorrupted energy. To live in the world totally, passionately, and yet remain completely untouched by it is the supreme art of existence. And this art can be realized only through the alchemy of love and meditation. They are not two separate paths, they are two sides of the same coin. If you meditate deeply, love will flow out of you naturally. You will become a source of compassion, a blessing to everyone around you. If you love deeply, your love will naturally become meditative. A profound silence will enter your heart, and your thoughts will disappear into the presence of your beloved. They both lead you to the same home, to the same center at the navel, the hara, where your roots are connected with the infinite cosmic source. But look at what you have done up to now. You have been living your life in a deep state of sleepwalking, guided by a false conscience that has been forced upon you by the society. You are constantly judging yourself and judging others, dividing life into the moral and the immoral, the good and the bad. This judgment is the only sin that exists, because through judgment you create an inner split, an inner warfare within your own soul. You suppress your anger, you hide your sexuality, you feel guilty about your greed, and you project a beautiful hypocritical facade so that others can approve of you. You live like a beggar, begging for validation from those who are beggars themselves. Tantra says, drop all this nonsense. Accept your reality totally in its absolute facticity. If you are angry, accept that you are anger. If you are sexual, accept that you are sex. Don't create an ideal of how you should be, because the should is a poison that postpones your life into the future. Live the fact here now. Look at your nature without any judgment, without any prejudice, and the very fire of your awareness will transform the raw energy of your instincts into the pure light of the divine. When this inner integration happens, you are no more a crowd of contradictory voices. You become one, an individual, indivisible and whole. Then you don't need any rules to guide your footsteps, because your own awareness becomes your discipline. You flow like a river, tranquil and calm, true to your own nature, completely undistracted by what is happening on the banks. The water is emerald, the mountains are indigo, and you are simply happy for no reason at all. Happiness needs no cause. It is your very nature. You are already in the kingdom of God, but you have been looking for it on the horizon of your dreams, and that's why you have been missing it. Stop looking at the horizon. Look right here, under your feet. This very moment is eternity. This very breath is the divine energy pulsating within you. So, as we complete this circle of our deep inner search, remember to keep this light burning within your heart every single moment of your life. Don't let your meditation become a separate, dry activity of 1 hour. Let it become your very style of living. Share your bliss with everyone you look upon. Overflow in all directions like a cloud full of rain water, and let your entire life become a festive dance of celebration. The night of your ignorance is over, the dawn has come, and you are home at last, serene, silent, and ever blissful. You can access our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, from the description.